Excuse me. Hi, Eric. How you doing? Oh, hello, Minnie. Yeah? She is. Oh, come here, baby. You're gonna mooch? You're gonna mooch on my lap. Say hello, Miss Minge. Mwah. How you doing, Eric? This one's trying to eat my chips, but she can't have because they're spicy. What book is the blanket? It's The Raven. Edgar Allan Poe. I almost said Edward. I'm losing it. She looks so mad to be on my lap. Yeah, I know. But you can't have my hot fries. Been doing well. Hell of a week. Yeah, I feel that. I'm so tired. Can my camera, like, figure shit out? You gonna focus on my face? Hello. There we go. I moved it, because of course I did. I don't know. That's good enough. Streaming this weekend with Liza P? Hell yeah. That game looks really cool. I want to check it out. If I am not hella busy when you're streaming, I will definitely pop in. I have my tissues. I know. 2022 is the year of Pinocchio, bleeding into this year. It's crazy how many Pinocchio adaptations just kind of happened all at once. It does look cool, but like, it doesn't look like a game I'd be good at, or at least I fear I wouldn't be good at. It's like a Souls-like, isn't it? I've never played a Dark Souls game, but it's one of those games I look at and I'm like, I think I'll just get really angry. I'm really frustrated. But it looks fucking cool. What's this song? Snacks. How appropriate. Okay, the dog has vanished, which is a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. We'll see. Snacks are the best. I agree. Hell yeah, go get those bagel chips. Am I quiet? I'll turn myself up a little bit. Hopefully that'll help. And I don't peak the mic. My desktop audio, or my audio in general, was like all fucked up because the last game that I played was ungodly loud and there was no way, or at least I couldn't figure out how to lower the volume because it was through like an emulator. Don't come for me, Twitch. I owned the game, wink wink, nudge nudge. So I was still like readjusting my sound settings, but you know. But yeah, we're back to playing officially licensed, purchased for my PC games, at least for a little while. Until the 2024, when, excuse me, when the next trilogy, the next Ace Attorney trilogy finally comes out on PC. You Streamlabs? I use OBS. And just struggle. Ad time. Stupid fucking ads. I'm like out of it. Like not really streaming for the past couple of weeks. I gotta like figure my shit out again. I won't eat those the whole time, I promise. Sorry, OBS changed And I'm like getting used to it still. All the buttons are different. Okay. So, we are starting Great Ace Attorney Chronicles this week. Finally. I know I said we were gonna go into, what is it, Spirit of Justice? Or Dual Destinies next. But now that Capcom finally blessed us with the news that Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice and Apollo are being ported to the PC, I would like to wait and do those once they have official releases, because obviously, I'm not going to replay Apollo, that would be insane. But at the very least, you know, the next two in their official capacity, because I think also I saw the emulations for at least one of them is like of iffy quality, like has some graphical / sound issues, and I would rather not have to deal with that. So if I can support the official release, I fucking will. So instead, we're gonna go to Great Ace Attorney Chronicles and play these. I've heard they're quite long. There's only 2 of them, but I think that the 2 games equal about the same amount of time the Phoenix Wright trilogy does. So, like, they kind of beefy. My plan of streaming is we're gonna get through the first one, then we will stop for Halloween, do horror games. Excuse me. I imagine that I'll be done the first game August, mid-August maybe, end of August. Depending on how long it actually ends up being. Probably like mid to end August. And then we'll stop. We'll play horror games for Halloween, for Spooky Month. I think we're gonna do The Evil Within 2. Wrap that duology up. And then if we have time for extra little ones, but I have 2 Fridays, or not 2 Fridays, but I have a week in October that I'm not gonna be able to stream. So, you know, we're starting early as a result. But yeah, that's the dealio. That's the jam. We're gonna have a blast doing it. I'm very excited. Let's sure, you can look at my desktop for now. Let's turn off the music. Now it's so quiet. Jimmy Neutron? I'm confused and concerned. Hopefully this old nut works and launches. Yes, I accept your agreement. Oh Lord. Okay, maybe I should turn off my display capture for now and just... I need to install video codec okay. Sure. Oh, I understand now, yes. I was rambling about streaming schedule for like the next 4 months. The games I'm gonna play and the horror games I'm gonna play. I ramble quite often. Always have. Probably always will. Okay. Can I make this full screen? That would be super sweet. Checking for DLC. Is there DLC in this game? I don't know. Oh God. Options. Content for this game. No. I don't think there's DLC. I can just buy the music. I own both of these games. Why would you? Okay, hold on. Now PC config. Borderless? Okay, that's better. Looking a little crunchy. Why is it? Okay. Is it supposed to look like this? I think that's the right resolution. Initializing. VSync on. Okay. Oh God. Screen flashes on. Maybe I turn screen flashes off for fear of epileptic. Subtitles on, skip text off. That's enable or disable skipping the unread text. Excavate tip is no, I don't really want to accidentally skip things. What are you eating? Is it your yak cheese? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh my God. Heard my dog crunching on something and I got so scared. But it's her yak cheese. Sure. English. I guess it just looks this crunchy. I don't care about keybinds. Reader. No. Don't exit game. What are special contents? Oh. Taylor? There's alternate outfits? Oh my God. Look how cute he is. Herlock Shams. Jumble mix. Oh my God. I love them so much already. We're gonna stick with the normal clothes for now. Maybe in the second game we'll play with the alternate outfits. Great Ace Attorney Adventures and Resolve 2. 2 Resolve, okay. Let's do this fucking thing. Oh my God. Look at these animations.
After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
It's fully voice acted.
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Look at this! I love this! Fully animated
But for one man, the turbulence of that
anime entrance.
the beginning of an extraordinary story.
It's our man. Bienvenue au la Carnival. The Great Departure. Crunch. don't know how to Google if it's supposed to look crunchy like this, but we're just doing it. 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 5. Pretty upset nobody lost a cabbage cart despite these two things being entirely separate. I saw an article that Diablo 4 cinematics have a longer runtime than the entirety of the game. Holy shit. I mean, that game looks wild, but holy shit. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Oh, hello. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. Oh no. Oh no. My name is Rionos. Oh no. I need to look up how these names are pronounced. Name pronunciation. Oh no. Take me back to Google. Rei Unosuke. That sounds right. That's not their names, though. Google's not being helpful. I am shocked. Rei Unosuke Naruhodo. Yeah, that would... I mean, the last name, I think I got. This is the first name. Rei Unosuke. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. Who's this? Oh my gosh, hello! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. I don't know what voices to give them. Who are you? I just gave him the same one as the bailiff! Is this our like... I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. This is not gonna go well. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, he's getting Edgeworth's voice. No one has the right to treat him as a criminal, so you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Look at these fully animated. Looks so good. And yet, I seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right. Ryunosuke? Oh my god. Yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, that wasn't my fault. I suppose that wasn't my fault. Oh my god. Bit of a draft in the court, huh? It's like old-timey Japan. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. I'm sorry if you can hear my dog crunching in the background. She's so loud. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Okay. I can pronounce that. Ryunosuke. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. I have a fear that the characters in this game are going to be too normal for me to do the crazy voices like I have had to do in the past games, and it's going to be bad. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. I voice all of them, including the woman, is Is that a JoJo character? I don't know anime anymore. You mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent, right? Ryusuke. Yeah, Ryunosuke. God, they picked a really hard name for their main character. Kazuma Osagi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. And you're in love with him? No, probably. Everybody's in love with everybody else in these games. He's even a qualified lawyer. Oh, God! He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yeah, that's when all this started. Flashback? They're so cute! Congratulations, Kazuma. This is adorable. I fucking love these games. Looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud, as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Partner. They're in love! They're all in love! Anyway. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. What the fuck was that? Hold on. Minnie. What are you doing? Did you drop your cat down the stairs? Oh, it's so gross, Minnie. Oh, it's nasty, gross. Blech. My dog dropped her shit down the stairs. And then it was all nasty because she's been chewing on it. Oh God. Another person. Osagi, may I have a word? Osagi? Oh. Oh God. Now my heart is pounding because I just ran up and down the stairs. You would think I would be more in shape than I am. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. He's getting old man voice. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asagi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. All right then. Ryunosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. It's gonna take me, like, a while to get that name down. Yes. Thank you, Kazuma. She's so loud, and every time I hear it, it startles me. Ugh. This is awkward. He's looking at me. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Osugi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Is that the proper grammar? You and he? You and him? I don't know. It doesn't matter. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Osugi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? That's a lot. That's excessive. As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Osugi may have chosen not to tell you. He agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. I like the new clicky sound. So scared. Look at his eyes. Oh no. This is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the looks of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that have been demanded... The powers that be have demanded this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. Oh my god! How many times? It's about to begin. Oh my god, is that pain? But feudal Japan, pain. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh my god, it is. That's fucking... I'm gonna scream.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense. We're giving him that nasally voice. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obligated to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Oh. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then... if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for this... Is that her voice? What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You will be what? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotogo told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. Means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotobo shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel, really?
I love their voices. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. He looks so freaked out. I love this game already. Isn't that right, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
Do you not fucking know what we're on trial here for, my man? As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I'm just gonna say it like that. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it any more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. Oh, I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryuna Suke. Can we just give him a nickname? Can we please give him a nickname? Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. I love his little smirky... Oh, I love him! All the relevant information with this case may be found in the court record. But I can't even find that, because I don't have the option yet. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just had to press E for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. Okay. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. Tatsuchi Ouchie. Ouchie? Pain? Ouchie? They're keeping up with the stupid fucking names again, and I'm so glad that they do, but oh my god, are you kidding me? Ouchie? John H. Wilson. Watson, are you kidding me? This is John Watson. But what's it called? Public domain John Watson. Visiting professor of medicine. Yeah, because Herlock Sholmes. Oh my god. I fucking love these games so much. John Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now. Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Is that a real treaty?
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Ubai University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it.
This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. So cute. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. He's so cute! And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? The court record. Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Proof I'm a student, I always wear it in the collar of my uniform jacket. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Okay. Take that. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile. The post-mortem report, I take it.
That's the post-mortem report. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This so-called photographic print in the scene of the crime, or this is a so-called. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Oh, okay.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was here at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you are the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Hello.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course, my name is Satoru Hosanaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh. You got the consumption, my man? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really, really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern corner was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosanaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Alright, ouchie. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had a few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out of the dining area to see what had happened. Found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Yes. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. Oh.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. A court wishes to listen to the victim's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh.
I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with the gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about that interjecting, but still, what should I do? Oh, Lord. If we interject and we get in trouble. I don't fucking know. Do it? Okay. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
Probably. I don't know, my man. But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. Gotta go. Thanks for stopping by. See you later. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're very clearly a conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Okay, I would love to stop listening to this man cough. Yep, I'm good on that front.
So, the court has now heard a precis of the case.
Hold on real quick. Can I look at the back of the card? What is this doing for me? Can I look at the front of the card? That's what I wanted. Yeah, he's dead. Alright, whatever. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are certainly looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in the terms of your inevitable punishment.
I called this waiter
as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikatoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. You're just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witness. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue with the proceedings. Oh, my family is home from the beach. I'm gonna have to run down and go say hi. Oh yeah, okay. I will be back in... Oh god.
But you know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Ugh, okay. Oh fuck, that's what's doing it. Scrolling is making it go. Where's my aggressive be right back? Because changing it... Yeah. Changing my scene is fucking with my shit. So I'll be back in a minute. Hello, I'm back. I have returned. My blankie back on. My headphones. Turn off this big obnoxious thingamabob. Okay. Back at it again. Let me throw some chapstick on, and then we'll be back at it again. Okay. We have 2 crazy dogs in our house right now.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
What, are you gonna kill me?
The prosecution calls its next witness.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witness at once. Oh, hello.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ayisa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the effervescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Korakuta, at your service.
Are you kidding me? An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because of his high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, the sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an active war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantry man over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. What was the baby cry? This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Okay, that was intentional. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Standing by to report, sir. Has he got a baby strapped to his back? Is this like a baby carrier? Unsavory memories of a most... This is not his voice.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
He's like shivering. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired the English civilian. Fired on. Excuse me. From the back, the cowardly little weasel.
I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Interesting. Well, one thing immediately is wrong. Shot in the front. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy.
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. Okay. Is my heart rate like a million right now? Oh yeah, it is. My Fitbit was like, great job exercising. My heart rate's sitting at a smooth 150 right now. 144. That's not good. Probably this has green tea in it. That's not great. There is. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Is that what we call every time? He's so fucking nervous. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Are we also, like, law students?
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Gulp. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defendant conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Don't worry, I do. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. The key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. All right, then. It's all or nothing. I love them so much. What the witnesses saw. Alright, I already know. From the back, cowardly little weasel. Ryunosuke, can you talk? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination, thrusting some photographic print of my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
Tisk, what nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in the Grand Courtroom.
Ugh, this is frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Hi, Carly! How you doing, friend? To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? Good. I'm good. Hanging in there. Happy it's Friday.
What are you talking about?
To parent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. Yeah, mood. There's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. Can we just get to the point, my boys? Yeah, Payne, whose name is Ouchie, and the judge, who looks pretty cool. And then this is us, Ryunosuke, and this is our friend Kazuma, who's like the actual lawyer student. We have been accused of murder. Shocking, that we didn't do. And the victim, get this, is discount John Watson, or John Wilson. We have, this guy's an antique dealer, and his name is Curio. Yeah. Payne, Ouchie. I love this fucking game series. What happened to Sherlock? He's not here yet. John Watson, or Wilson, was a, like, visiting professor at our university. And he done got killed. Sergeant Ayesa Nosa. I'm trying to figure out if this is a pun of some kind, but I haven't figured it out yet. Yes, no, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. That might be it. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. Also, in this game, he's not Sherlock, because this is before Sherlock Holmes was in the public domain. So he's Herlock Sholmes. We do meet him later. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. Also, I think this man has a baby strapped to his back. Yes. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because, oh my god, just spit it out. Because, take a look at the print. I presented this evidence. Why can't I say it? The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh! There's the child! Oh, What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were... the baby! Firmly fixed in the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? What is this? A child? No. The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. It's kind of like weird how animated this game is. I love it, but like going into it, there was like a fully anime opening to this game, fully narrated and fully animated. I was like, it's just sitting there like... This is basically empty. I don't know why I'm trying to get the dregs out of it. Let's not put it on the bare wood. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Inconsistency seer for having successfully presented evidence during the first cross. I don't know if the game is supposed to look this crunchy also. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there who was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. Yes. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. Okay, Carly. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, but what were you doing? Hunting for the treasure. Treasure? Indeed, the Hoay Era Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visited that restaurant, it is my habitude to place it in my bosom pocket, a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Razute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoay treasure. I believe that he would purchase such a rare find. Believe he would purchase a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. Then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoay treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoe Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, this witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Don't worry, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger in the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
Excuse me. Sorry.
My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will be abundantly clear. There's only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
My god. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witness to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Kirkio glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Waiting signal to testify, sir. I really would like to figure out what this child is doing here. Excuse me, there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name. Audio. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Jeez. Audio. Teen Shun. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Oh my god. Watch and learn, my boy. That's so fucking cute. Gross, but cute. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man was that young lad in black. He was. That much I did. Oh my god, I really don't like the way this man talks. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. I don't think that's true. These testimonies are certainly... Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough with these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. She was a young woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is that a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel?
Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. It can plainly be seen there's only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Okay. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies that we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are the very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takasuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Ugh. Okay. No, no, no. It's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it.
Have what? Teen-shun? The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korikuda-san?
No, we didn't. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang out in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the koban from the floor, find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you.
pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. You must have noticed something else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you've been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
The medical report card, Your Excellency. It was seen the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Oh my god. Hotel Clinic. Yes, there would be indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
The victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. Explanation couldn't be more simple. Prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before. There really is no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be really related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report to be submitted as evidence or not? Yes. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
Court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movement prior to his arrival at the restaurants are of no concern. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. That's not his voice, but whatever.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. The most disturbing trend.
Oh my god. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Okay. What we need right now is new clues. I would love to examine it. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already. But it's the day after the festival already for you.
Okay.
Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuda-san.
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen.
If they didn't eat anything, there wouldn't be a fucking place setting.
There's only a single beefsteak at the victim's table, a meal for one.
No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Why aren't you telling the truth?
What did you say, Cadet?
I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony in the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone.
That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. If it is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use up, down, left, right. Ooh. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using WASDA, you can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have missed before. Okay. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. Cool. Thank you so much. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Yes. I'm gonna forget about... Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. But the family doctor, I'd imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all while you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, for no less, for which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. I remember even though I felt awful already, I'd have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only had one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you think? Definitely. Oh, God. No. Yeah, I know. It doesn't let me go backwards. Yes, I know. Alright, hold on. There we go. Okay. Okay, this one. Well, I think, dude! What are you withering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out, and you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right. And thanks for the advice. Korakuda-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Sort of back, gotta play with the cats, but I'm listening. Give them smooches for me. Ugh, your kitty babies. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But, let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have before that time is completely irrelevant. No, it's not. But that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have pertained the...
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hoda Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted?
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders to not eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't...
Kurikuda-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that can't possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthesia, of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence.
You can clearly see the plaintiff. Oh, this is taken from the other angle because of the. Yep. Okay. You can see clearly the plaintiff viewed the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant's case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything, yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma,
are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. Are they also gay? I don't know. Maybe. I think so. They keep calling each other partner. At least Kazuma keeps calling us partner. If that's not gay, I don't know what is.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, I keep forgetting to do his voice. Obviously, you will be charged with perjury. Perjury. And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative. There was no mention at this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korakuda-san? I'm definitely butchering all of these names. Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. Ugh. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with the lady from overseas? What?
What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. He's holding the baby from the bag. Order, order. Counsels, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. That was me. Could have only been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Chief Inspector. Well, that's unexpected. What is it? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I wanted to examine this earlier. He was so dodgy about this. I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. Okay. Beautiful. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative positions of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly. That's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, right, Ryunosuke? Okay. I got what I wanted from that. Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail. Yep. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that the witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this, Well, Your Excellency... No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Hold on. This is the police. Oh my gosh. Okay, I can't rotate this one. Thank you. It's gonna happen again. Oh my lord. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate is you. Fuck me. Oh my god, I want to die. Satoru Hosonaga, sir. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier.
Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were...
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. Truth about Satoru Hosonoga's real identity, as proven by this evidence. The plan of attack the plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in the question. I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure what we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon. Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Will somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Did I just say cock? I said poppycock. But I guess technically I did say cock. Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, Witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... There he is. Inspector Sanaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Why'd you even show it to us? The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? I know, he does look like To Kill Her. Hand the plan... Yeah. Of course, there you go. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say, you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Sanaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. I turned off flashing. Did I not turn off the flashing? I did. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. Okay. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. Giselle Bread? Sell bread? It could be. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Giselle Brett. Giselle. Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered in this premise is false. It would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But, Your Excellency, that would be missing the new deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government would surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any others to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Shelley DeKiller is the guy with the ice cream, but this is not him. You are right. I think he's got the consumption. I don't know what else he would have. He's sick of some kind. He hasn't said with what, just that he's used to it. But I made the joke earlier that he's got the consumption. But, like, if for the time period, that would be pretty common. It's tuberculosis, by the way. The prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yeah.
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued. Do I go make myself another drink real quick? I might do that. I will be right back. I'm gonna go refill this with something else so I can finish these popping bubbles. 1 minute. I've returned with a refilled beverage. Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight. Before I knew it, I started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. Like I've been saying, or there was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Down on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yeah, because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside of the dining area. I tempted you to eat snacks, as you should. What I get to drink, by the way, I got at H Mart last weekend. It's like jarred tea jelly. It's like a mango, I think it was a mango passion fruit jelly for like tea, and you like put it in water. And I was drinking a pineapple passion fruit drink from Wawa earlier, and I still have these like mango poppin' bubbles at the bottom of it, so I stirred some of it in just to test it out. I haven't tried it yet. It's not bad. Lots of passion fruit debris, obviously, with the seeds, so it's a little crunchy, but it tastes pretty good. I'm gonna try it in hot water at some point. But yeah, and then I'm eating the best snack, handicap hot fries, left over from my dinner. I'll have to look up what the brand of that tea is. There was like 8,000 of them at H Mart, but it's pretty good. Like different flavors. Yeah, I'm not drinking alcohol. I could put alcohol in it, but I got a lot to do tomorrow. So I don't want to like, not that I would get hungover, but I'll probably drink. Will I drink tomorrow night? I don't think I will actually, because I think I gotta drive whenever we finish streaming and go back to the house where I'm dog sitting. Dang it. But anyway, I have no idea what happened outside of the dining area. There you are. There you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikatoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all that they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then, looks like all that comes down to you, young man. Oh god, they're both looking at me. To me, I feel like... Am I blushing? They're both staring at me. Damn, kinda gay, though. My best friend averted the worst crisis of his life. Which, to be fair, this is probably the worst crisis of his life. Yeah, points at me. You mean me? You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place at that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Let me know if my snacking gets annoying. I just can't help it. The hot fries are so good. I'm sure the prosecution will use every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that your pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Who is she? Because she's adorable. Defendant Naruhodo. Oh my god. I'm really struggling with this man's name and I don't know what it is. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hits them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. Now kiss. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Now kiss! If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. You can have literally anything. If you get me out of this murder. This murder charge. Like, literally anything if you help me out of this situation. I think our man would... I don't know. He already, like, worships the ground you walk on. There's probably a little he wouldn't do for you. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Why did they make the main character's name so complicated? Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling. The prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Stripling? Sorry? Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. Nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Well, you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down at our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical.
Yeah, seriously, he needs to take a chill pill.
Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I love him and his fucking dodgy eyes. I won't deny I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is in the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. I want to say like Jezebel, but that's not her name.
Yes. Your Excellency!
Oh my god. Faceplant to the desk. Oh, I love that hat. I love her aesthetic already. Is she a murderer? Probably. But I love her. What's that thing you say, like, je suis? Je suis is I am in French.
Oh, what a delight it is to welcome a fine gentlewoman to Japan from such a distant land.
Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussion takes place without tea. Tried to teach yourself French and it sounded just sounded Spanish. I mean... Oh. I know. Thank you for the 50 bits. That startled me. If you couldn't tell. You just sounded Spanish. They're both Romance languages. They have similarities. Hi, Gnome. How you doing? Thank you for startling me. Is that true? No idea.
So,
could we look? Did you see his little movement? This game and its animations are so good.
Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but...
Yes, we know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Urainosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. I love this banter between friends. Look at this! This game just has my heart already.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Oh. Oh! I'm sorry. Oh god, she's British.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMay University's medical faculty. Me reading French. Yeah, at this point, same. I don't remember a lot of my French.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people.
Okay.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
I don't know that I would describe English as that, for sure. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Huh. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. What? This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Love his hairband waving in the breeze. Order! Order in court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Wow, what a liar. I don't carry a gun myself, so I obviously couldn't have been the culprit. Okay, you could just, you know, say that. So you're gonna stab her. Oh, no, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy wretch.
Wow, this man is throwing insults at his opposing counsel left and right.
Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. Look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those words the court are going to believe. Whose words?
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryusuke. Sune. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Suke, no, I was right. I just said it, still said it wrong, but whatever. He's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses are completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I don't know about that. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Yeah.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
She's got a giant fucking hat and a giant fucking bustle. Like, she's got plenty of places. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Oh. This sneaky bitch. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. All right. After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
You don't keep up with the latest fashions for Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right?
No. Decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to the lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
I'm gonna punch this man in the mouth. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hota Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Mr. Brett? Miss Brett. That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left?
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world can be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim... Look at Ryunosuke. What a good face. The victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? I'm gonna choke this old man out too. We can take turns. Oh, I hate him. He's somehow almost more annoying than Pain. The professor was unable to drink, but he had been given permission to drink water. It appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, of the witness's last statement? Okay. It does look... I guess that last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, huh?
Ugh. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well stepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she says. That was brilliant, Kazuma. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, right, Ryunosuke? The disappointment on his face. Okay. So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett. The lady said she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it. First time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. Carly. But anyway, back to the witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. Okay, I would like to go back. Okay. I want me to present something on this. Not this. I don't think it's this. Okay, something's definitely wrong with my whatever of this game, because my Twitch notifications are like this whole corner. You can't see them, but it's like this whole corner of my screen is a Twitch notification. Hi, Maya! When I'm out of this screen, I'm gonna fuck around in my settings. Maybe one of you can tell me what I'm doing wrong. I think it's this, because they toasted, but there's only 1 glass. We're just gonna try it. Okay. The music stopped, which is always a good sign. That's it. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, it's huge. The friggin' notification. Okay. Is this the wrong resolution? Maybe? Oh my god. Was that it? Oh my god, yes it was! Everything is so crisp now! Alright, that makes so much sense. I thought something was wrong. Time to fix this window. So, I've been getting, like, Steam notifications, which you guys can't see because, obviously, because, I just have game capture on. But they were literally, where's my mouse? Can you even see my mouse right now? Yeah, they would be like this entire corner of my screen, this big, instead of like the normal like tiny little box. So I knew something was wrong, and I didn't think this game was that like blurry, but that resolution seemed right in my mind. I just never know what the right resolution actually is. This looks correct now. It's not blurry. I thought the pixelated was maybe like a stylistic choice. No. This is better. Because it threw me off too, because the only options for the game are windowed or borderless. And when I first popped up, it was only like, it was windowed, but only in like a part of the screen. And it didn't have the like the button that lets you like max it out to the full screen was like grayed out, so you couldn't click it. I don't know. What did I say that I clicked accidentally? That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. How you doing, Maya? How'd your pottery, or how'd your rock climbing go? Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. sweaty. It means you got a good workout, though. 80 degrees in the gym. Oh, crap. That's a lot. That's painful. It's odd. Very odd.
Dear B, what's odd in the defense's inability to express itself? Ugh.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks so odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. The guy working there did not have it on. The doors and windows were open. We were downstairs rooms, so it's like 75 outside, so not much colder. That guy's delusional.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia?
What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case? Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Putting your frozen pizza in the oven, then going to shower? Hell yeah, Maya. Enjoy that shower. We will see you later. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1 glass? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? Oh gosh, my friend is texting me. Oh, so I've got like a passion fruit seed on my teeth. It seemed that Miss Brett took the glass from the table. Why would she do that? What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she says. Good gracious. But that doesn't make sense. She took his glass. There's some weird shit going on here. Sorry. I do love her dress, though. Her whole outfit is fantastic.
There, I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Sorry, my friend's texting me with like, she's just sent me like 10 text messages and then went, oh fuck, wait, you're streaming. Shit, have fun, never mind. Every single one in all caps. I love her so much. Kiara. Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes.
It's not drama. She was just texting about... I sent her a TikTok about earplugs, because she gets, like, sensory overload, so she likes to wear earplugs, and I saw a pair, and I was like, oh, let me send it to her. And then she asked me if I've ever heard of Scientific American, which I have not. And then she was like, oh, fuck. I will text her in a little bit.
Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
I do love tea. I agree with you, Carly. But this does not seem to be tea. Though I'm sure she could give me tea if I asked. She's always got something. That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you two are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
I'm gonna accuse you of mischief, Ouchie. No, no, no. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It was seen that she slipped into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case.
There we go. That's a normal-sized Steam notification.
The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Absolutely not! Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's... It's something. It's either the glass or the handbag. I guess it's the handbag? The handbag! Because she could conceal the gun in it! I'm a genius. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up.
Brain blast! Would you believe that my friend who was here earlier also made a Jimmy Neutron reference? That's Jimmy Neutron, right? This is the second Jimmy Neutron based reference in one night. What a coinkydink.
It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. I love that we just have like a pathetic slap when we hit the desk. Which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun in which. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. Whenever he says partner, I want to go, partner. Like, I want to give him a southern accent. Well done, partner. But that's not. That's not the right accent for the situation. Yeehaw, partner. Great job.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? That you need to chill the fuck out, you fucking idiot.
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up a gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. I know. I don't know how this man in either lifetime has been a prosecutor.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosanaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
I love this dress so much. I want to make it. Order, order, order.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Again, with the partner! Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? This man is dying. There's got to be some significance to this. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. Why are all the chairs turned around? Oh, and that's the... This. So he burned his hand on the... what's it? There's the glass. Oh, it's see-through? There's so much weird shit going on. Why are the chairs turned away from the table? But in this picture, they're facing the table. I don't... Right, but he wasn't the one eating. She was. But in this picture, once again, he's on the side with the steak. I, like, don't understand. Not options. Thank you so much, though. Oh. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You could see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Who would have a see-through bag? That is a great question. I have too many little trinkets for a mesh bag. So there is no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Hold on a second. Oh, I don't have that picture yet. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Hi, Maya. Welcome back. I'm glad you're fresh and clean. So fresh, so clean. Class of 2015. The lady had a mesh bag because we were like, she hid the gun in her purse. And they're like, no, she didn't. And I don't believe it still. Thank you for helping prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order. Inspector Hosonaga, I will submit that print as evidence. As you will submit that. I love the way he's drawn. I've been thinking it the whole time, but like the shadows in his beard and the like contours of his face. And it looks very good. This game just looks very good in general. But there's something about his face that I like a lot. I like all of them too. Like the contrast and it's just so cool. I don't know. This game looks great. Maybe she's at a concert and only had a clear bag. She couldn't have had a gun because I have no pockets. Like, she couldn't have taped the gun to her thigh or something. She's got folds and skirts. She could have hidden a gun in that. Certainly. Okay, there's the photograph. I would like to look at the photograph again. Of my own time. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. Hold on. Like, there's a insert of some kind in this. Because, like, it's black. Or is it just, like, fabric on the backside and mesh on the... But then there's... You can see through it here. But not on the... I'm so confused. Also, who just throws a wine glass in their purse unless they're stealing it? Not that I've ever stolen a wine glass. Wink, wink. Carly! He definitely is better looking than the other judge, and you can't say I'm wrong for that. I don't know. Let's just do this thing. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Reminds me of when I had that wine glass in my coat and you made me guess what was in my pocket. And made you guess what was in your pocket. Oh my gosh. Do you remember when I stole the wine glass at your apartment? The winery at your apartment? When I was very drunk off of all the things that we had at the Apple Festival? I don't think I was that drunk, but I was nice and tipsy. And I was like, I'm taking it.
There's only one logical conclusion. That pathetic rookie slept over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
You don't remember me taking it? I did. I took it. It's in my house still. It's sitting on my bookshelf. So it's not really stealing. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I had like 3 at one point. In a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you could chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma? What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Apparently everybody I've ever known is playing games on Steam right now, because I've gotten like 6 different Steam notifications in the last hour. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
Seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
No, you won't, because of the whole burn thing. Oh yeah, look at us. We're thinking about it. That smug little Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the Naruhodo. Oh. Yeah! Wait, Your Excellency. We had a good smack! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. I can put my finger on it for you. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned, if I am unsatisfied with your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail you've alluded. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? No possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shuddering door back open.
Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. I have the evidence! I have it! But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell you the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between the burn and the case. I have it. Let me present it. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Is this the one? Yes, it is. What's this, counsel? Yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe these photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have this unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How? Shut the fuck up, Ouchie.
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reasons for the victim's burn?
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on.
The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened some other unrelated time.
Well, Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. That was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
God, every time we get full shots of her dress, I just love it more and more. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So, the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think he fell on it once he was dead? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. Oh, geez. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased or was asleep. Yeah, I think he's already dead. Like I said, like it was after he was shot and he fell onto it. No man can remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already?
Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness.
I would have thought it just was shot and then his arm fell onto it. I don't... Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts.
No, Prosecutor Algie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy. Rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Ugh. That creepy smile. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Yeah, seriously, white woman. Pretending you can't speak Japanese.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all. I don't want to keep doing a British accent. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Oh, I hate this woman. What a racist. Oh my God.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Well, you are the epitome of true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
Stop groveling. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Now I don't want to cosplay her, because I don't want to cosplay a racist. God! So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Poison? Did you fucking poison him and then shoot him? But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. I hate this woman. Oh my god. Not that I liked her before, but now I fucking hate this woman. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this is boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible.
She was just a white woman. Now she's just racist.
Amen.
Oh, and she's a Christian too? Anyway, thanks. Was that a prayer then? You'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Oh! Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. I already love this game. Oh my god. It's just the little things like that. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Haha, what fun. You hadn't realized.
Dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? I hate her.
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
You fucking bootlicker. Well, I can't. Anyway. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Maybe the bubbles would have hidden the taste of a poison? Exactly as you say, sir. Although? Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you.
I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the others of the court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes.
Luckily for us all, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there was no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest, until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Without leaving a trace? If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police forces thoroughly examine the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all of those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Japanese knew about poison by this point. Why are we being so obtuse about this? I know it's just part of the game, but if heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takasuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Yes. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the land of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Oh. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you see. You understand?
A killer blow. The lady is formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Yeah, Hasanoga caught something there. What do you think, Ryan Isuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her in that last statement one more time. He drank the poison. He's dying. Oh my god, Carly! You might be right. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosm is thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett in her last statement again. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Reinosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. You can catch the person at just the right time. You might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. So I should move the... Okay. Then pursue him with blah blah blah. Here we go. I would love to look around. Excuse me. That was cute. Excuse me. What the... What did he... I missed everything he said. Excuse me. Gah! What the... What's the meaning of this? He really... We startled the shit out of him. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonoga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, will always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have any evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days now. But it was carbonated. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept this glass bottle of water as evidence. Okay. Miss Britt? Can I... The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. Must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? Like, that's what I was asking. I can go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. I love them. I love the friend banter. It's great. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. You dumbass. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone all quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Yeah, I was poisoned. Okay. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it, and she took the glass so they couldn't test it for poison. Giselle Brett, it was you. This is outrageous, to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten we've only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth.
If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful...
That was pretty great.
It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before.
I'm not doing that, sorry.
I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
The bottle didn't contain it, it was just a glass. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
And what did you find, Inspector?
I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself, because they were in the glass, not the bottle. They were in the glass, not the bottle.
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point?
Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
No, it's in the glass. Ooh.
Please, wait.
That's the same voice. Isn't that?
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba?
In my darkest
hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued. Oh my god, this is a long first case. I'm loving it so far, though. I think there's only 3 parts to this first one, so we're just gonna blast through it. I think. Yeah, there's only 3 parts. So we're just gonna get it done.
Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why is this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ha, a judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency...
Your Excellency is, like, over your bullshit, ouchie.
I am most grateful.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it, a report about something written in English?
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
Oh, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of cure rare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Cure rare? What's that? I've never even heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
Carly, it's beat up o'clock. It's murder this man o'clock. Oh my god.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful. Thank you. Detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at UMA University. That one video of a Markiplier just jumping and punching the camera, that's me, yes. The dogs are freaking out about something.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
You've had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I have to politely declare.
Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize I was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. Yeah, me too. I'm so excited to see her, like, angry, crazy, breakdown face. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? How about, you know, the thing we were just handed? Yes. Miss Giselle Brett. I keep calling her Jezebel. Jesus. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at the UMA University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
What complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. Doesn't exist. Correct, which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order, order, order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that's grown in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Trumpery. These aspirations are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed. Did you not hear the word instant?
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. Yeah, so the waiter couldn't have drank it. That was a good theory, though, Carly. I liked that theory. But I don't follow Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim's conscious and aware, just unable to move. Holy shit!
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these facts? You think you're so clever? You must...
It is you who must be taught.
Of course. Dear lady.
He's just regular dying. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not? She's gonna drink it. He's even got a towel.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry?
To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
What are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
The water probably tasted awful.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
Can I, actually read this report? Yes, I can. Poison made from bark of certain trees. Hunters have used it since ancient times. Instant paralysis and subsequent death in minutes. The above-mentioned effects occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render, is believed it can be applicable as an anesthetic. However, the solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result must be found first, or the patients would die of suffocation. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I see you game. I see you game, lady. I see you fucking game, lady. So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
Ha 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 ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy, of course. That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Kazuma, you missed, the next line from the sentences you were reading. I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade. Oh my god! I hate saying this woman's lines. Make interesting conversation for the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? There can't have been. Because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains poison. The culprit did put pure air poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. Oh, Because he just had a tooth pulled, and so there was a wound in his mouth. The defense refuses to change his position. You're serious.
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How, exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer's in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert his claim, then I must ask that you support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? The fucking... This shit. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
That's not a valid explanation.
No.
After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susitano's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? Oh God. I did not pay attention to what the pages were called. Special characteristics. Oh no, it's the Pikmin app. It wants me to do my daily recap. We've been hearing a lot about this Curare poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the poison of hunting is to catch prey to eat. The point of hunting.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So, surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes. The mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself.
You meddling little...
Oh! Rapscallion! The bird! It's like the fox, the fur coat made of foxes. Well, Ryunosuke, turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly...
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book, but I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic is a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? I love the points that each of them choose to focus on. As even your brain has managed to deduce, Cura is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric succus? Suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? He had a mouth wound. He just had a tooth removed. Fuck you. That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? You're wrong. You fucking woman. Order in the court. Order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this Cura poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Wrong. What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. He's so cute. I love him so much. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. I love him so much. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence, as we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the thingy? By the Curator? Take that, bitch! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Cura are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. Hi, Cody! So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Oh? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Get a detective. Oh, fuck. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No. What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She smashed the bottle. And the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible. At once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it'll soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. I know, Cody. I like this judge. He looks fucking cool. You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there's really was poison in the bottle, or not. You. And let's not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to the photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right, and really looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day, using Curer. And then, in order to frame I was getting it so well. Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh my god, I'm bungling it. One of the dogs is freaking the fuck out. Hold on. Excuse me, little girl. All is well. Ugh. Yeah, the dogs are fine. She's, God only knows what she's barking at. And I don't actually know which dog it was. It might have been Bogey. It might have been Minnie. Carly, was I wrong, though? Also, I never said the word hot. You put those words into my mouth. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. Okay. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, right, Ryunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. All right. I can't wait. It's been niggling at me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it could be, the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. It's here somewhere. I'm sorry. You're gonna make me click on it? Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Ugh, he's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. I know nothing about this guy, but he definitely must be an ancestor of Edgeworth with a dramatic wind in his bandana. He might be. I think that Ryu Unosuke is Phoenix's ancestor. Like, I think that's confirmed. I don't know about whatever his name is. Begins with a K. Whatever. You've said a number of times now you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate, the steak that you took to the victim's table, or that you took to the victim's table that day. Kazuma. Thank you, Cody. Or Kazuma. However you fucking say his name. I'm gonna have to look up pronunciations at some point. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What a memory. I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the table, on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on, was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Jezeel, Brett. I beg your pardon. This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You got 3-day-old meat, my man? You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Okay, I don't know what the bloodstain would mean, but... Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate in the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. It's 3-day-old meat. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. There's no blood. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. Oh my god. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table between the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Oh yeah, Cody, this woman is a raging racist and is like just so blatant about it. I couldn't agree more in the case of the disgrace of the empire. No, she's a British woman. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. Let's pretend attempt at court. This let's pretend attempt at court proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. I guess that is the same steak. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Okay. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. They got the same anxieties. The same overactive sweat glands. Believe in myself, really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Would love to. I would love to examine. Oh! Huh? What in the world is this? It's the fucking coin from the antique collector. How the fuck did that end up there? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark from the Hoenn era, I believe. No, I mean, what is it? I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. And I reiterate, 3-day-old, unrefrigerated meat juices. This isn't the first time today there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bouillon. If only I hadn't completely fucked up that. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means it's not. This means it's not the steak. It's not the steak. Not the right steak. I presume any further examination of evidence will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Yes! That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Yes! There's another clue! Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied with all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beef is the new clue to be found? Yeah. It's under the beef. It's under the beef. It's under the motherfucking beef. What in the world is this? Are we... Yeah. We're gonna just have this conversation again. I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. It's from the Hoan era, too. Hoei era. So to make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift out the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Koban coin underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation. Oh, I examined it instead of presenting it. Good gracious, that's... A Koban? What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day. Is this... Oh, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, and I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef at a moment of distraction. No. Fuck you. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. No, that's the sergeant's steak. Turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found under the steak is this fucker. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of Ratsute, Curio Kurikuda-san. Curie? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with this Koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei era Koban, my prized coin. Oh. Then this Hoei era Koban, do you mean to tell me? No, please, why would Kurtika's Koban... I totally butchered that name, holy shit. Be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate. It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurikuda-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. We're about to have a very crowded bench. Look at these cinematic angles. Can't believe we come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find out it's a key element in the case. It's not her stake. It's the sergeant's stake. Sorry, it's all passion fruit seeds, and I really just don't feel like crunching them. That was probably really gross to watch me do, but they would not come out of my mouth. What is this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Adio? My son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Razute shop's owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kore Kuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Razute memory serves, have you ever seen this? Wah! Yes, that's it! The very exact one, that is it! The resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosanaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korakuta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What?
Yeah, it's the man sweating right next to you. I think the court would like to hear the defendant's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuta-san's Koban and hid it under the steak? This motherfucker. Obviously, it can only be you, Sergeant Ayesa Nosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet. But it wasn't me. It was Adio. Adio is the mastermind behind all this. Look at the baby's face! god. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. You... Oh. Oh! Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Ayasanosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. I don't know, Cody. That was bananas, and now we're right back. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place, and I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heavy with money. Heaving. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and a fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. Was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found a coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Audio, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Nobody has anything to say to that. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett?
Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
Oof. That bang just hurts my forehead every time he does it.
The esteemed gentlewoman, please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. No.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it? Well, oof.
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Stop saying that. We're not done. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone.
Do not let her leave.
And good day.
Do not let her leave. Why do I keep losing the ability to say his name? Ryunosuke. Oh my god. What's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin around a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a fork and knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she says there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? I assume it's... the steak. I assume it's this, the picture of the steak. Because it's got like the same biting pattern. The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. The music didn't stop. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Ryu? That would probably be smart of me to do. Notice what exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Okay. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. I haven't. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. Okay.
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her.
Oh, she's turning blue.
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, this will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Of course, dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks on the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last it all comes together. The mysterious teeth marks on the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Maybe she swapped the plates on the tables? Except these teeth marks on the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the stake here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been what?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward?
I think the stakes must have been switched, because in the photo, the crime scene photo, you can't see the edge of the steak that's been eaten. So they must have been swapped.
There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person will submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request to the defense in this trial. Who possesses the evidence that will reveal it? Him? He would have the other plate, probably. The answer is obvious. The Inspector Hosanaga. What? I have it. I'm fucking up all the voices. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Oh, buddy. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as to admitting to stealing Kurosawa's coin, it was he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Teen Shun! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. That's a funny joke that you just told. That was a really fucking funny joke that you just told. Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates.
Well, after it happened, I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that. I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable.
I knew it. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sure.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
So, Sergeant knows to switch the plates over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in the trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. That was such a great cinematic. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? I can't have the slightest bearing on this case. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the one who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Mr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. Believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now, we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, wipe your face, my man. Yes, sir. My man's got the consumption, the wasting disease. Sorry for keeping you. Yup, there it is. Here's the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. That's it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Oh, did we get her freak out? Outdone by a Japanese. Me by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no. Oh. Fly away, Swan. Did it just poop out a chick? It's pooping out baby chicks. What is happening? I'm sorry, what? And the birds on the fucking bench. Please excuse my little outbursty I didn't expect her to fly away. Briefly lost my composure. Oh no, most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Curer. As you surmise, I turned up particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because cure air is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it as pure as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of cure air in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? Yeah, obviously. So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor, a place where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang. Bing, bang, boom. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him, took him to the pantry that adjoined the kitchen, and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you need to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes. I wonder, might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. No. Racist witch. Goodbye. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is agreement. This can't be. Takasuchi Ouchie does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to it. Used to top opposition. Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Yes? This is insult to the Ouchie family name and will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Ooh! Very good. 10 out of 10. Ooh, that's smooth. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Ouchie clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world, but the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Osagi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, oh my god. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Does he still want to go? You just met nasty British lady. But Herlock Sholmes is there. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Woo! It's cherry blossom petals instead of confetti. I love it. Oh my god, finally done this case. The court is now adjourned. I say done, they're gonna have a bunch of exposition. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from that place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, it's you. Wrong voice. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's where you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together. I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asugi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Or it's leading because it steals all that. But anyway. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asagi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. Alright, my man. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to that woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Leading a law in a country where folks get hung because they're are new to town. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh, hello. Inspector Hosanaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's with all this consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as it's not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. Yeah, the fucking white privilege. But it's all going to change from now on. It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This is a new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosanaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. My man, you need to go take a TB test. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thanks, lady. Thanks, gal. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? Oh my god. Every time I think I have it, I don't. I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes, in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, I am in love with you. You face some seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Dude, go away! Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Tell me what it is. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Sasuda-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. He played a pretty big part. What are you talking about? It's because of that help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. I love this fucking game already. Oh, yes. Let me save my progress. Amazing. Yes, I would love to return to the title screen. Was that the Titanic? Wait a second. Hold on. Oh, no, 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 no. I just need to see if that was the Titanic. Oh. Is it? Unbreakable Speckled Band. It's definitely... Oh god. No, don't play it. Just close out of the game. Then you got a little sneak peek. for those who weren't there for the beginning of it, the fully animated, fully voice acted openings to these cases. It's fantastic. Anyway. Exactly, Cody. That was fantastic. I'm already in love with this game. I love all the characters, except for the racist white lady, but, like, the animation is so much fun. Oh my god. 10 out of 10. Love it. So excited to keep playing. We in it. One more entry. Getting done in the books. Thank you guys for watching. Should be back to normal streaming schedule, at least for the next while. We might have a bonus stream tomorrow for Cody's self-care night. I'm still deciding if I'm gonna co-stream. I might. It'll depend on how ratty I look. But bonus stream, which will be nice for me catching up on my YouTube backlog, because I'm behind. But yeah. Thank you guys for watching. You're the best. I love you all so much. Nico's not here, but if you haven't wished Nico a happy birthday yet, everybody should go bombard him because he's the best. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I very much appreciate it. I hope that you guys have a fantastic rest of your Friday night and an incredible weekend. And I will see you guys all next week. Okay? Goodbye.